Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Project Hell. As you can see, my webcam is a lot lower than usual, so you can see the wheel. I have a cup of coffee just out of camera shot here because I'm not long out of bed. It's one of those days where I've woken. Well, I've woken up a lot earlier than I have recently because normally I'm out of bed at about 3 o'clock. So I'm doing well today, and I'm just gonna have a bit of coffee and then we'll hop into Project Cars real quick. Um, For those of you who play on PC, the Ford Falcon V8 supercar is available now, and it is insane because I've tested it already. Seriously, I can't get that thing to move out of first gear. I mean, I can drive it, but I have to like shift down to second at best, or at lowest. So let's get Project Cars running. Is this scene I want? And let's start off Project Hell. So we have the entire car list to go through. And the greatest journey starts with the smallest cart. Let's get going around the Nürburgring Nordschleife in a go-kart. And this is actually really fun. I've just realised something. I need to swap back to this scene very quickly because I've just realised I've made a boo-boo. I believe I have at least. Global device settings. Yep, made a boo-boo. That might explain. That will explain why the V8 supercar was almost impossible to handle. Also, who sent me? Da, 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 da. Have to send a message on Skype. And let's get back into Project Cars, which is this scene. I'm getting better with learning what my scenes. So, hopefully, let's get this. We're gonna have this view for the entirety of it. This is gonna be our view for the entirety of whoa, Project Hell. Okay, we're barely out of the pit, so I am going to return to the pit box here. I'm gonna try not to as much as possible, but that was. Why is it decided on third gear there? So you can see all of my inputs. That's why I've got this screen up. It's a bit of a shame there's no easier way to show them in Project Cars, because I would quite like to have a less cluttered screen. But I think I'm doing quite well so far. Whoa. Hey Summer, how are you doing today? If you didn't guess, I might not be as chatty because this thing is very, very unhappy being on the Nürburgring. This is the 150 or 125cc supercar, go-kart, and this thing does not like the Nürburgring at all. The total time you're seeing, by the way, is the total time I've been in this session, so it's not the time. I'm not on a timed lap quite yet. This is my out lap. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those days where I'm not gonna be as chatty as usual. Just this go-kart is fun, but you should never try and bring it to the Nürburgring. I've had to do some tuning to it, and it's not stable at all. I think it's actually impossible to make this thing stable around the ring. So we're going to go through these in alphabetical order. So we'll start off with the go-karts, because why not? You know, start off with the two most difficult things to actually get around a road track that's ridiculously bumpy. And then we'll be moving on to the aerial atoms and the like. Power slide the turns. I would, but I just don't have enough confidence in myself to do that summer. Oh! Oops. I killed it. Let's return to the pit box. I actually want to get slightly less power out of the engine. So let's set the final gearing to 5. I promise I can actually get around this track. I practiced last night and I got an 8-minute 30 lap. And that's why I don't power slide. Or try and hit the curbs. Yeah, go-kart at Nürburgring, you're gonna want to avoid the curbs at all costs. You can hit that one you can't. The one on the outside there you can hit. The small little paved curbs you can hit very, very easily and not worry too much about what it's gonna do to the car. It's the red and white ones you're going to want to avoid. Those ones as well. After the left there, you're going to want to avoid those. Just avoid the curbs at all costs here. Except for that one you can hit. But not as much as I did. Ah! 4th gear is the stable gear around there. I think I am actually power sliding most of the turns without even meaning to. Because this thing is just... I'm power sliding a straight! This thing just does not want to go in a straight line. And I can't get the ride height any better. Like, this is completely maxed out, highest it can go. And it's just... every bump is throwing it in a different direction. And just wait until I get to the carousel, because I'm going to have to use a really... just completely wrong line around the carousel. There's no two ways about it. I need to use a wrong line around the carousel. Otherwise, this thing just will not make it around safely. You think that's just how karts handle? More or less, Summer. I've driven one in real life, and they're not as skittish. They tend to be a bit more stable, but then again, the one that I drove wasn't a 100-mile-an-hour go-kart. Don't check chat in the corners. Also, if I break the engine again, I'm going to have to move one window in my other monitor. I'm going to have to tab out again real quick and just move a window because I can't quite see chat clearly. Which is irritating. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on, come on, come on. The go-kart I drove was a single gear machine, but damn does it feel like you're moving on one of those. And they hit at most 50 miles an hour. It hit, you know, but good lord, you just feel the power. It almost feels like you're in a rocket ship. I mean, you don't feel, but you know, you can feel it. That's Bravery Corner there, I believe. Yes, it was. That corner there is called, I think it's called Bravery Corner, or it's nicknamed Bravery Corner, because if your car has enough grip, you can just flat foot that corner. I've done some testing, and most of the cars in game, you cannot flat foot that corner. Here we go, carousel. And we're gonna go around the top because the carousel itself is too bumpy for the go-kart. Every time I tested the carousel, it just spun the go-kart, and I don't, as much as possible, I don't want to spin the cart on the flying lap. I mean, this is just the out lap, so I can get away with a bit more than on the flyer, but on the flyer I don't want to spin. And yes, I'm wearing headphones for once because I really want to get the gear shifts just right and hear exactly what the cart is doing. Hate the bumps on those corners. Absolutely hate them. This is one of the highest speed segments for the go-kart. In one of the cars, it would not be as quiet. One of the cars, you would not be flat-footing that area, and you shouldn't in the go-kart either. What track is this? This is the Nürburgring Nordschleife. The green hell. And we're coming up to the quote-unquote back straight, where I'm gonna pause the game real quick and just minimize that. There we go. So how's everybody doing? We all good today? I'm just gonna leave my steering wheel move on its own. And have a drink of coffee as well. Look, no hands! I'm doing well. Oh, you're doing well. I thought you were saying I'm doing well. I'm really not, and I'm only on my out lap. I am, I'm quite good. My neck's still a bit sore, but that's something I'm just gonna have to deal with. So now we're on the flight lap, and I probably won't talk until I hit it straight. Or at least get out of this section. Because this is ridiculously difficult. Hey Pedro, how you doing? We're driving a go-kart around the Nürburgring. We're starting off Project Hell. Oh, that is the worst section at the start of any lap. You can just flat foot this. Ooh. We're going through all the cars, Pedro, so next up is the supercar, so we'll be driving a slightly faster go-kart. Then we'll move on to the actual cars. Starting off with an aerial atom that just doesn't have top speed. It's got tons of acceleration, but it maxes out. It maxes out on speed way too quickly for my liking. Actually, will we be swapping onto the aerial atom? Or no, it'll be the Alpine LMP2 car next, after the 2 go-karts. You cannot drive these karts. Just watch my inputs and you might learn something. I'll be getting the new DLC, by the way, once it releases. It's apparently due out in about 2 hours. So I might take a short break at 4 o'clock to get the DLC. But the trick with the go-karts, yeah, small movements. Small movements, and just try and keep it balanced as much as you can. And every time you steer, just flick a counter steering. Especially at high speed. The new DLC is a bunch of tuner cars, including a Mazda MX-5 and a KTM Crossbow. I don't know what the rest of the pack is, but the free car that they released alongside it is the Ford Falcon V8 supercar, which is insane. Now it's not true to life because you don't have to heel toe downshifting. You don't have to do downshift flip on the V8 supercar in P cars, but more or less it's true to life because it is insane. Very difficult to drive. I gave it a bit of a test. Whoops. I double shifted when I should have single shifted. A V8 supercar, Pedro, yeah. Tips straight away, because I gave it about 5 minutes testing around here. Because, you know, when you want to just see how a car performs, you bring it to the Nürburgring. First gear, you want to be really careful on the throttle. Unless you've got traction control on, in which case just belt it and you'll be grand. First gear, you want to be really super careful on the throttle. You want to go slower through corners than you think by the way things felt. And careful with downshifts. Because downshifts seem to throw the car out of balance ever so slightly. The fun thing is, I'm not actually very good at racing games or racing sims. I've just learned the track and know what alternate lines to follow in situations like that, where the Gratiola carousel back there will throw the cart up in the air and spin it around. So in situations like that, you actually want to go around the top, because it's the safest route around the carousel that isn't. It might not be the quickest route around the carousel, but it's certainly the safest. We're doing well. We're doing well so far. I say completely sideways. I'm getting nervous now. Whoa. Shift down to 4th here. I hate the bumps on these turns. You don't feel them in most cars, but by God, you feel them in the go-karts. Didn't even know there were bumps there before. Don't think the DLC is going to be out for PS4. The new DLC is actually out for PS4 already. It's out on consoles already on Project Cars. It's just delayed for PC because Steam is a douchebag. So if you got Project Cars on PS4, PS4 or Xbox One, I think it's on Xbox One. PLC is already there. Yep. 3 star platforms, Pedro. It's already out on consoles. It's just being delayed. It's just been delayed by a few hours for PC. So I'm just waiting until about 4 o'clock for it to release. Then I'll. Whoa! The game didn't count that as a crash. Oh my God! The game didn't count that as a crash. We're gonna get a time in, first time, every time, on a flying lap, in the go-kart. Might not have been the cleanest lap, but we didn't get a crash. You've not been playing it lately because of too much Elder Scrolls time. Yeah, I can understand that. You find the game and you're just addicted to it. Oh, by the way, I tested out the Farming Sim Classics DLC last night. It doesn't work with Courseplay. It does not work with Courseplay, and that's really irritating. So I'm guessing Courseplay is going to have to update pretty soon to cope with the classics. Because otherwise, whoa! Otherwise it's just not going to happen. The FS15 Classics DLC for Farm Sim Pedro, it's been released. It got Ninja released yesterday. I don't have a Google Doc set up, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab a pencil and paper here real quick. And just yeah, you do that go-kart. So that was the 125 shifter card, and it was an 824.602. That is actually quite good for a go-kart. That's faster than you can manage in some cars. I know that for a fact. So let's exit the session, because we're done with the 125 shifter cart. Next up is the bigger brother. The Alpine A450. This is really fun. This is really fun because it's got stupid grip. What else did I try out? The Aston Martin DBR12. Really fun. Can't wait to drive that. This thing, it's all bark, no bite. This thing is all bite. Yeah, this thing is ridiculous. This thing I didn't try out. This is fun. This I'm not looking forward to. This thing is no grip. No grip because it's an old car. It's on 60s racing tires. GT3 and 4 cars are all going to be more or less identical. This thing's going to be stupid going around. The Quattro Imsa. Because this has turbocharger and 4-wheel drive. That's got 4-wheel... The A1 Quattro's got 4-wheel drive as well. And this is going to be, I believe... Yeah, this is going to be our first actual road car, so this is going to be probably the worst time. And then we've got... Oh, good lord, I forgot about these guys. So this is a non-hybrid Audi. This is a hybrid Audi, so I gotta really watch my throttle input, because otherwise I will turn on the e-tron systems and boost away. This is going to be the LMP 900 R8 is going to be fun. The R8 LMS Ultra, it's a GT3 car. It's going to drive almost identical to the Astons. More or less, there are differences, slight differences. The R8 V10 Plus has no grip whatsoever. VAC Mono should be fun. I don't know how far I'm going to get today as well, which is the fun thing. Yeah. The Mustang Cobra Trans... no, it's not... The Trans Am, what is it? It's the Caper Monterey stock car. I'm going to drive a NASCAR around the Nürburgring. Also down here is the Ford Falcon FG V8 supercar. Which is stupid. It's insane. The Formula cars I'm really not looking forward to. The Formula Rookie should be okay. Maybe Formula Golf. Formula A is gonna be a spin fest. That's gonna take a lot of attempts. B is gonna be the same thing, more or less. C is okay. C has a bit more leeway in the suspension. The Golf 1000 should be okay in theory. I don't know how it handles bumps is the issue. Formula Renault, that's gonna be tough. Formula Renault has a lot of power and a very stiff suspension, so that's going to be a tough one to get around. Formula Rookies, Formula Ford, that should be easy enough. The Lotuses should also, the classic Lotuses should also be quite tough to get around. So let's swap to the supercar and get going, and this is quite possibly one of the dumbest ideas I've ever had. I'm just going to write down 250 supercar real quick. Okay. I don't think I've changed anything to this. And Pedro's a GT3 fan. I like, I prefer GTE to GT3. I preferred Grand Touring Endurance to the old GT3 specs. I think I managed a 7.5 minute lap in this in practice over the last few days, because I've been practicing mainly with the go-karts. These were the things I was most nervous of, I must admit. And why didn't it turn? Now the joy of the supercar is you can more or less treat it like a car. You can just throw it around a bit. Downside is it's got downforce, so every bump is actually amplified slightly. I think the FOV is actually slightly off in the supercar as well, because it does seem like I'm going a bit too fast and the sides of the screen are blurring a bit too much for my liking. But oh well. Oh, you modified your 8 shifter into sequential. I could do that, I just kind of prefer having the two options. Especially when it comes to something like this, where I am going to be using the 8 shifter on a lot of cars. And it's just easier to have sequential on the wheel itself and then an 8 shifter sat beside it. It's also I got the 8 shifter in view here, because sometimes it just looks like I'm smacking it, I've noticed, when I don't have it in full view. $250 kilometers an hour, and we take the bravery turn. We only scrubbed off about 10 kilometers an hour there, but we're going to get it back really quickly. And again with this, we're going to skirt the top of the carousel because I don't trust it going around the main body. There's just not enough suspension there. Whoa! You can turn it back to normal just by moving this stop block, so it's not a permanent mod. I still kind of prefer my my current setup because it means I don't need to change pretty much anything between cars. Whew. My legs are going to be tired this evening. All I am hearing, because I got the headphones on, all I'm hearing is a whine of the engine and then just constant screeches from behind me from the tires. I know it's good for me, but it's going to be sore. More toffee. I might have some toffee in between cars now. Next time around. Whoa! Whoops! Whoops! Oops! Oops! Now the only rule I have for this is that the game can't disallow a lap. So if the game disallows a lap, I have to go again. I knew that was going to happen as well. But at least it was on my out lap and not my flying lap. The front tires on this thing are not happy with me doing this. Just look at the front tires. Front tires are just disintegrating on this, which is not particularly good because come the end of the lap I'll have next to no front grip. Also, they seem to be running very low pressures, which it's probably why they're graining so much. I don't know if they're graining per se, but they're definitely wearing faster than I'd like, and it's probably as a result of low pressures. You can see it better, I can feel it. All this data, most of it is just for your own benefit. For all of you guys' benefit. Some of it is for mine. But the majority of it is just for the stream to see all my inputs. Because I don't have a second webcam that I'm willing to use. I do have a second webcam, but it's terrible. Went too wide there. Probably a bit too shallow through that one. And we're just working our way along. Oops, 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 oops. That was definitely too shallow. That's fine. Game's continuing on as normal. It hasn't decided we've gone off track and gained an advantage or cut the course. So we're all good. We're up to max speed more or less now. Coming up to the Bravery corner, which is this one. We're just gonna throw it in. It didn't turn. And that's why it's Bravery corner. You either turn it in or you hit the wall. Front tires are in fact gone. Front grip is dying very quickly. I'm getting very little other than understeer right now. I can't change the brake bias to counteract that. Nuts. Am I still good for this lap? Yep. But the front tires are gone now. Which means the rest of this lap is going to be actually slightly slower than the out lap. I can't even kick it out into a power slide. So I'm kind of stuck with massive amounts of understeer because I think I turned up the I think the downforce is actually quite high on this thing, so the rear end is definitely stuck to the ground, but the front end is not being... The front end is not particularly pleased with that fact. Oh, thank God it's on the straight again. Yeah, there's no front end grip. I have no front end grip. Also, I wish there was a 7th gear in this thing. Six 644.61. That is stupid fast. 644.619. That is a lot faster than I thought. I wasn't expecting to get a sub 7. I'm fairly sure that when I was practicing and testing, I got a 7 minutes 30 and thought, oh, that's a quick lap. Whew. Even with the grip issues, I am pleased with that lap. So next up, I get to have some fun in the Alpine A450. So I'll just write that down while I'm loading in. Alpine A450. I will have a Google Doc before next week's cars. I'm just writing down the ones that I've done so far so that I know where to start off next week. I need to lower the brake bias to 55% so that it's comfortable for me. This thing has grip for days. That's only LMP2. So we should get a faster lap than even the supercar, except for the fact that the brakes on this aren't as good. So I'm having to brake slightly earlier than with the kart, and in slightly different places with this thing. I'm shifting the two yellow lights because I've heard this actually gives an advantage to acceleration, which is kind of what I want going around. going around here, because top speed can be gained in 6th gear. And this thing does in fact have traction control, so it makes my job slightly easier. I can just slam on the accelerator and go for it if I really want to, but I'm still gonna do a bit of feathering. Not as much as normal, but a bit. Coming up to bravery now. And let's turn left here. Whoa! As soon as we straighten out and get over this... Now! And that's why I changed the brake bias. Changed the brake bias so that I didn't have to worry about locking up the brakes too much. Let's take that too tight. Could you imagine trying to race around this place? Because like the only real overtaking spot is the big long straight. Also, I think the seating position is quite high. I know it is in the Formula cars, it's very high in the Formula cars actually. But I think it's quite high in this as well. I don't mind too much, but it does seem very high. It could just be my imagination though. I am so glad that I slammed into that wall on the outlap. The downside is I've probably got some aero damage. Nope, we're good for aero. And we do seem to be down on speed a bit from what I'm used to. Although it could be that I've been going for acceleration over top speed here. Find out coming through here. We're kind of good for top speed. I've just noticed I can actually hear the brakes squeaking, which is nice. Something that a lot of sims do. While the handling on this is Simcade, the sounds are very much sim. As far as I'm aware, anyway. So we're a minute into the lap. We're going quite well so far. except for that bit. So I normally shift down to 5th coming over that little hump. Or that humpy bumpy turny thing is to prevent spinning out on the hairpin. Literally all of that braking was just to get around that double hairpin. Or the chicane, or whatever you want to call it. Lay off the throttle, bring it back on. Bit of LMP2 drifting for you. Because I screwed up. Oh wow, you can take that corner a lot faster than I thought. Not this one. This one you actually have to take super slowly. 2.5 minutes in. Our sector 1 time was a 1 minute 47. So we're actually on course for about a 6-minute lap. I would expect somewhere around 6:15 to 6:45. Barring any major screw-ups on my end. That's kind of the times that I'm aiming for around here. And after this, I'm gonna have some toffee and grab a drink of water because I'm thirsty and my PC is blowing out hot air, which not particularly helpful. It's blowing hot air pretty much into my face, which I suppose adds to the realism, because these things would not be cool to drive around in. You'd not be you would not be at a comfortable temperature in these, which is why I'm wearing a hat, to simulate the discomfort of drivers. It has nothing to do with the fact that I didn't brush my hair this morning. Absolutely nothing to do with that. And I encourage people, by the way, to drive their specialist cars around, because I know pretty much everybody who drives project cars has their own favourite car that they're most comfortable with. I encourage you to try and to go out and beat these times. Hey Faye, I'm doing good. How are you? We're up to car 3 of Project Hell now. You've missed the go-karts, unfortunately. The go-karts were fun. Except the supercart, that thing had no front-end grip. But we're getting into the... I really don't like how this is set up, because I'm going to be going from one of the faster cars in the game to one of the slower ones, because that aerial atom... the aerial atoms are not particularly quick. The lap won't count. Lap won't count, so we'll just cruise along the straight. We would have had a really good lap there as well. Let's get the brakes up to temperature as well. Just home for something to eat and then back to work. Sucks to be you. Yeah, catch go-karts in the archive, because that was... I've just noticed the suspension's broken. There's a suspension issue. There's a wheel issue with the car. Because to go straight I have to steer slightly to the right. This is the first time I've had to have a do-over on the flying lap, which is different. I thoroughly encourage you to watch the go-karts over and over, because that was good fun. Plenty of steering wheel shenanigans going on there. And a small lesson in how to drive the go-karts in Project Cars, because they are a bit less than controllable at times. So this is going to be a slower lap than the one I was on, but the hope is that it's going to be one that actually sticks. So for a lap to count, it has to show up in session's best. That last lap didn't, because apparently I hit the wall a bit too hard. Please tell me that... Okay, that's good. Do you know what? I'm actually gonna... There, lap time invalidated. We're gonna go for a fresh car. Edit the tuning setup slightly. I want... 56% brake. I can fix that in the car. Want more downforce. Want a slightly faster steering ratio. And can I change the final drive? Yes. Set the final drive to that. Yeah. So setup changes made to make the car hopefully a bit more stable and predictable. Yep. That's... I know I've made two contradictory changes in increasing the downforce and then giving longer gears. But that's actually exactly what I wanted to do, because that's going to make the car a bit more stable around the corners. It does seem to be working just as I'd intended. Because now we're going around with less revs in the engine, so it's slightly more fuel efficient, which doesn't particularly matter. And we're actually getting up to a higher speed, which could be problematic. The car's not as tail happy around the corners, which is kind of what I wanted. It's also a bit more stuck going down the straights, which again, it basically means I can corner at higher speeds with a bit more confidence. So maybe not all the confidence, but some more. Probably gone and broken something now. Why did I use the... I used the H shifter there for some reason. I didn't. Just gonna do a quick cruise test in a second. Everything's good. Look at the torque numbers. I have no idea what they mean, but they're numbers. 450 torques going around that corner. And minus 100 torques going around that one. This thing is suddenly very hard to drive. I think it might be that I'm not paying as much attention as I probably should be. Because I'm trying to talk and drive all at the same time. What are tire pressures like? They're all good because I got downforce maxed. I'm not riding the brake. So the brakes are going to be cooling. I've damaged the aero though, because I'm not getting up to a good top speed. Or it could just be the combination of changes I made. Didn't need to do that. Come on. I'm still checking chat when I can. It's just not going to be all the time. So don't be afraid to say something in chat if you're there. If you're not, obviously it doesn't matter. And don't be afraid to comment if you're watching the archived version of the stream. I do still read the comments. It's just a lot easier to read chat while I'm streaming, so I get live feedback and whatnot. Whoa! This thing just loves kicking out for some reason. I'm so glad the likes of the Rocket Bunny are down at the very bottom of the list. Where's my phone? Because I heard it go off earlier on. Where is my phone? Phone. Oh, there it is. You're still here. Good to hear that, Summer. Some news happened. What happened in the news? Something about Chinese miners. Yeah, I've managed to damage the aero, haven't I? Okay, let's go on attempt number 2 of the flying lap. Technically attempt number 3. I'm gonna say attempt number 3 because I did intentionally ruin the last attempt. If I really wanted to, I could just sandbag and cruise along on every lap, but no, that's not how I do things. I'm in a rush. I want to get this all done quickly. So let's just go flat out the whole time. I see no better way of doing this. That's ruined the lap, hasn't it? Yep. Okay, let's return to the pit box. So that's actually that's 4 attempts now for the Alpine. And what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna revert the that and put 3 laps worth of fuel in. 3 laps exactly. Brake increase to provide some restability under heavy braking, whereas may understeer slow corners may have a small negative effect on fuel mileage. Let's up the brake mapping to 6 and up the fuel to 3.5 laps, so 42 litres. And let's go out again and test out this attempt. Don't check chat in the corners. God. Flat out is not working for me then. More or less, yeah. I'm just gonna revert to default setup. Let's go for it. Flat out is kind of working. I'm just struggling on the braking issue on the bumps and getting distracted by chat while I'm trying to brake. The wrong overlays up there. There we go. This is going to be one of those laps that's going to be easily beatable, but I really need to run this in just the default setup, because that's the one I've been practicing with, and there's no point in me changing it up now because it's just going to cause problems. There we go. There we go. That's the first of the problem areas sorted. So I'm using the outlaps here to just double check the limits of everything. Make sure everything's up to temperature as well for the flying laps. Thought the brakes seemed a bit off. Let's actually go for 52 front bias. So it's 48 rear bias. And let's see if that helps. Don't need to brake coming through here. The car's got enough downforce. Here's our first major braking test coming up, since I've changed the brake bias. Ah, there we go. It's a nice stable brake bias. It does help if I try and stick in the carousel instead of falling out of it like that. Did need to switch down there. Did not need to downshift coming through that corner back there. Could you imagine coming through this in a car so slow that you could just flat-foot it the entire way around the track without being in first gear, like top speed around every corner? I couldn't imagine a car that slow. Okay. So in my defense there, that was the car somehow managing to unbalance itself coming over a hill. I may need to re-increase the downforce. Or just hit that hill at a different point. One of the two. not quite sure which one would work better. Or actually wait to land before I start braking there. That might help. Because I know the car does lift off the ground there. How badly damaged is it? Not very visibly anyway. Which is good. Although there is gravel. There is gravel. How many laps do I have to do? I have to do 1 lap, but it has to show up in the session best. That's the rules I'm going by here. So essentially I have to do an out lap and then hopefully just the 1 flying lap for every car, but this one's proving a bit problematic. So now we're on our flying lap. Caught that spin before it even started. Double check that I didn't ruin the lap already. I'm actually checking something when I go through those various screens. Not just me flicking through for the sake of flicking through. I'll show you guys on the next on the big long straight what I'm referring to. So hopefully I can get my mouse up. That would be helpful. That's probably going to count as a cut. It didn't. So I'm going to talk you through it now. Whenever I switch to this screen or this screen, what I'm looking at is the current in session over on the kind of the center right of the screen. And if the time increasing there is white, it means that the current lap is still good. As soon as that turns red, it means the lap is ruined. I think I've damaged this suspension a small bit. Let's just check. I'm not sure if I've damaged the suspension. Judging by the way it reacted under braking, potentially. Oh no, it was just unbalanced coming over a bump. Yeah, steering's good, that's okay. That was worrying for a second. Now I do have simulation settings all, I think they're all maxed out, so that's why I'm not braking fully. I don't think this thing has ABS. And I don't particularly want to find out either. Obviously if there's something very urgent that I need to brake for, I will brake fully. But right now I'm just trying to do at most 50-60% brake. So I don't need the brake now until we get to the pre-carousel setup. At least I shouldn't. So I can rest my left leg a bit. Here we go now. And brake. That's what I bet. 85-90% brake there, because I was coming to a stop very quickly. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so the lap is still good. I just need to get the car reignited and spun around here. I was originally gonna just ruin this lap, but now that I'm on the like fifth or sixth attempt, I'm just gonna go for it and get a lap in. I might return to this towards the end, just so that I can say I've done a flying lap fully, properly, and everything in every car. So I'm gonna set an addendum there when I'm writing down the time. As far as I'm just gonna return to Nighthawk's message in chat. Does anybody know how many cars there currently are in Project Cars? Because that's actually a really interesting question. This is going to be over multiple streams, and it's why I started earlier than usual today. Is just to allow for maybe 4 or 5 streams of this. So I know the stream isn't the liveliest at the moment because I am still half an hour before I normally go live. Please tell me I didn't just ruin the lap. I didn't. I'd be interested in knowing how many laps minimum I need to do. I'll just do that. Oh, you're kidding me! I just got a cut track that's invalidated 2 laps, so I'm not even gonna bother toddling around on essentially another outlap. I'm gonna take a quick break for a minute, and I'm just gonna switch on some music and turn off my mic because I want to just take a couple of seconds to myself and relax and get my thoughts together again. So I'm looking at what's in the next DLC. In the, what's called the Stanceworks track expansion. And, I'm gonna have fun trying to get the MX-5 around. The MX-5 is a Formula Drift car. Also, I want to, let's fix a couple of things. I can... That's not what I wanted to do. Need to bring this over here. And I can edit chat window so that I can't see the thing. Okay, I need to move OBS over here. I'm just gonna fix the line that's going down chat that's really been annoying me the last couple of days. Properties, select region. Okay. Much better. Much better. The line from the scroll bar was... It's still there. I'm gonna move chat over onto this window so I can check it live as I go. Select region. Need to move that over like 3 pixels more. Okay. There we go. Has that changed chat in this window as well? Lovely. Oops. There we go. Apparently I got one set up for something that doesn't exist. Yeah, the 2 cars coming out in the Stanceworks track expansion. There's only 2 cars, but there's a track as well. Is the MX-5 Rad Bull Formula Drift car. That's gonna be tail happy. As well as the KTM Crossbow R, which is the race edition of the KTM Crossbow, which is probably going to be tail happy. And the brand new road course of Bannock Brae, set in the Highlands of Scotland, which I've probably driven near at some point. No, because I was at the lowlands down border areas. They had a 0. Oh, this is the, I want to check something. Oh, it's not even planned to come here. It was planned to come to the next town. That's irritating. So that's there. So I'm here. There's 1 gigabit internet coming to the next town at some point. And it's really irritating that I can't get it. Already, you know, I've just got fiber and I'm like, oh, I want it to be better now, and it's not coming, it's not planned to come here. Mind you, it does seem to be planned for most big towns. Just having a look at this map now and seeing if there's any... Yeah, it's all the major towns it's going to. Is it going to Deep Town? No, it's not. Ha! Little Island makes sense in Cork. Actually, Little Island makes a lot of sense because that's a big business district that needs 1 gigabit internet. Ballincollig, again, makes sense. City Centre, yep. For some reason it's already available in Carrigaline. And how come Skibbereen gets it? That's not fair. There's nothing in Skibbereen. Nothing in Letterkenny either, but that's a different matter. I might go visit relatives in Skibbereen, because I do have plenty there. Just going to swap back to the BRB screen real quick. because I want to switch on my light. I found some breadsticks. I'm quite happy with myself now. Also, just noticed that the scrolling text has a horrible look to it. Can I fix that? That kind of works. I don't think there's anything I can do to make it less ugly. Can I like drag that? I'm fiddling around with this live on stream because why not? Can't get this to go any faster either. There we go. That looks nice-ish. Nicer. Anyway, let's... Will I be going to the rally in Donegal? No. I live way too far south to be going up to Donegal. I'll probably see if I can get to the stone throwers in August, I think it is. The stone throwers rally down here. Because is it in August? Well, I don't know when exactly it is, but I know last year we accidentally ran into it. Well, not accidentally, we intentionally kind of found it because I can hear. I'm gonna swap to the this scene very quickly. We could hear like really noisy engines for hours and hours on end. We were like, what the? There's not that many boy racers in town. What's going on? And the weird thing was they all seemed to be doing the same thing, because we could hear a kind of a powering down, and we were like, okay, that sounds like there's actually something happening and not just a bunch of boy racers lining up and doing burnouts or something in the middle of the day. So we went for a bit of a wander about, and lo and behold, here's an Escort Mark II and an Impreza WRC and an Evo 8 WRC, I believe, was another one. And a car with 3 wheels, a car that had managed to lose an entire wheel somewhere along the previous stage on a tarmac rally. He'd managed to hit something so hard that he just completely lost a wheel. And by God, the man could drive the car with 3 wheels. It was one of the rear wheels had gone as well, so it was like he had to power it up even more to get the back to lift up. That was a fun time. Anyway, I'm going to move chat over to here again, which you don't see, but I do, which is lovely. And I am going to get back into Project Cars, because I think I've regathered my thoughts a bit, or enough. Actually, I'm going to really quickly have a breadstick, because breadstick. They're quite nice, actually. It's a mini breadstick with olive oil. Right. Let's go. Stop. There we go. That music was irritating. And slightly distracting. Why is it showing up as me being on a timed lap? If this happens to be a timed lap, I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain at all if this is a legit lap. Should have done that in 5th. Oh, so it's just counting up the time, it's not a legit lap. Okay, that's fine. So this is in essence an out lap. I think it's just counting up the time to get rid of the next lap doesn't count thing that I got. So I can take this lap fairly easily. Fairly easy. And just be careful coming around the higher speed sections, because that's where I tend to lose it. And amazingly, I haven't changed the camera positioning from Farm Sim, so... Like, this is just the Farm Sim screen, or the entire Farm Sim setup, with Project Cars shoehorned in. Which, seems to work rather nicely, I must admit. There we go. Have another breadstick. Because I can. Apparently the breadsticks are so loud the sound is coming out in the stream. Lovely! Deal with it. I went too quickly into that. Here we go. After almost an hour with this one car, we're on what will hopefully be the lap. So this is a nice enough straight. Well, that's just a ridiculously high speed section that you can get away with going a bit silly with. No. Good. This does have traction control, but if you're a bit too generous with the throttle too quickly, it will bite, which is kind of a part of my problems. 100 or so cars will take a while, yes. This should be a good series because it's gonna force me to drive cars that I normally wouldn't. Like I normally avoid the classic touring car, all of the classic touring cars, all of the classic GTs. I tend to just drive the formula cars, the open wheelers, so it's gonna force me to get used to different cars very quickly. Now I will admit, I did actually get inspiration for this, and the inspiration was a streamer by the name of It's Tubbsy over on Twitch, and what he did, and I'm not replicating what he did exactly, he did every car in iRacing around the Nürburgring. The day that the week that it released, because iRacing completely crapped itself the week that the Nürburgring released, and was down for most of it, but he brought every car in iRacing around the Nürburgring. And the original intention was to do it all in one stream, but then it was just get it done as quickly as he possibly could. I didn't need to brake there. Why did I brake there? That was Bravery Corner. I ruined it. But he did it all in I think 3 streams. He took every car in iRacing around the Nürburgring. It took about 30 hours in total. But he was running a much stricter set of rules than I am. His rules were that he had to get a 0x lap, which meant that he couldn't spin it, he couldn't do a small track, he couldn't leave the track at all. Whereas my rules are a bit more generous in that I can leave the track but not cheat. And I can't hit the, I can hit the wall but not too hard. I'm running within the limitations of Project Cars. He ran within the much stricter limitations of iRacing. Please don't let that be a cut track. Pressing the wrong button. I don't know if this lap is still live. It is. Oh my god, that was a really big lag spike. Oh my god, that was scary. Someone called, you thought they'd never leave. That happens, Pedro. I may need to reboot the game after this. Just turn the game off for a little bit and a bit of a chat with you guys. It's probably just the Nürburgring itself playing havoc with my computer. I need to check if this lap is still live, actually, don't I? It is, by some strange miracle. And we're on a good one. And At this point, I can say with some certainty, we're done with the Alpine. Also, that was an incident-free lap, completely. It's almost 4 PM anyway. Yes, we're up to the normal stream time now. So the normal stream time, I think that was like, I'm gonna say that was 7 attempts for the Alpine, so 7. These two are both 1 attempt. I'm keeping track of the number of attempts as well, because I'm going to be making a Google Doc after this. I meant to do it before the stream, but I kind of ran out of time. So after the stream, I'll be making up a Google Doc. I might actually do it. I might actually be cheeky and do it. There we go, and I've killed the engine as well. So that is a 653.388. So our fastest car so far, of the 3 we've driven the 125 shifter cart, the 250cc supercart, and the Alpine A450 LMP2 car. And the fastest vehicle so far is the supercart. I'm just going to close that down real quick because that was being annoying. So our next car up is the I gotta take down the name. The Ariel Atom 300 Super Charged. This is gonna be a fun one. And for this one, we'll be using the H shifter. This car has a manual gearbox. It's not semi-automatic like the previous 3. Which means I've got a lot more work to do with the Atom. I've got a lot more work to do. They're fun to drive, but this thing just seems to be down on power a bit. It just doesn't seem to have the kind of grunt that I'd expect of an Ariel Atom. The V8 most definitely does, but this thing is just kind of... Just listen to it whistle and whine. I think it's actually the sound of it that I'm most disappointed in. Because it is fun to drive, but the sound just annoys me. Because all I can hear is the supercharger. It sounds more like... It sounds like a hairdryer somewhere. It sounds like an angry hairdryer. Now this thing has very good suspension. The issue is it doesn't have much grip. So there, you know, I actually had to brake for that. This is the least scary car in the game. It's just a bit crap, if I'm being honest. I don't really know why it's in the game. I've just realised what the whining sounds like. It sounds like a cat. This is the Catmobile. Meow. Pedro, yes, it is in iRacing. Oops. In iRacing, you can buy the Nordschleife and the GP Strecke separately, because you have to buy all the tracks in iRacing. I don't know if I mentioned that. I actually took the inspiration for this. It sounds like a cat. Listen to the whine. Especially when I'm blipping. It's either a cat or a cow on lots and lots of helium. But the Nordschleife is in iRacing. It's essentially the version of the Nordschleife that's in Assetto Corsa. They use the same laser scan. The GP Strecke is a separate track, and then the combined is, if you buy both, you get essentially the combined layout for free, and can run combined course racing. I think combined has the VLN layout, the Nürburgring 24 layout, and a couple other layouts. Obviously the full combined layout as well, which is the Insanity layout. I'm kind of annoyed that P-Cars doesn't have the combined layout on the Nürburgring. I must admit, it is disappointing because I would love to do this on the combined layout. Because it'd be a lot harder, but it'd be a lot more fun at the same time. Just gonna drift the Atom around there. It makes the track insanely big. Because it's not already insanely big. I mean, the Nordschleife itself is 20.8 kilometers long? Adding on a 5 kilometer, less than a 5 kilometer Formula 1 track to it doesn't make much of a difference. Screwed up that blip on the downshift. It's fine. I would love to have the combined layout in Project Cars, if only to drive a Formula Renault 3.5 car around it. Which, by the way, Formula Renault doesn't exist anymore. It's Formula V8 now. So, already one of the cars in iRacing are in Project Cars no longer exists as a racing series. The old Formula 1 cars technically still have a racing series because they can race in classic series and hill climbs. You know, they're essentially show cars now, which is still a thing, but the Formula 3.5s are gone. They're not a thing anymore. Of course, now that they're not a series anymore, they'll be in iRacing in March, more than likely. Actually, the new X5 is coming to iRacing in March, so I might do a couple of streams then. I'm kind of disillusioned with iRacing at the moment because it's just same issue as a farm sim is it's just the community is bad. There's very, very little news coming out. New DLC is live. Awesome, Pedro. When I'm done with this car, I will hop out a game real quick, buy and download the DLC, and get it into the game. Now, there won't... I don't think there's actually that much of a rush, because... I mean, I'm still only on A, and... the first card that I hit from the DLC is the KTM crossbow. So I still have all the Audis, all the BMWs to go through yet. So I don't know if I'll buy it straight away. I might... Yeah, iRacing's fun to watch though. That's the thing, I can watch iRacing all night if I really want to. Because the guys I watch over on Twitch are really good. It just doesn't appeal to me in terms of driving, because I'm constantly thinking, oh god, what if I hit someone? Also, we're now in the timed lap. By the way. You probably won't try it till the weekend. Yeah. I'm probably in about the same boat. I might do a quick stream of it over on Twitch tonight, but more than likely not, because weekends tend to be a bit manic in this house, as everybody's here. Can get a bit weird and crazy and loud. I think my sister's working this weekend though. In other words, if the hours suit, I'll work. Because where she's working is kind of screwing her over a bit, and she's now getting a bit of revenge by refusing to work unless the hours actually suit her preferences. Let's get into reverse. Yeah, this is manually shifted. So I just threw it into fifth there. I just wanted to check if it was in fact manual gearbox or non-sequential. Is this lap still live? It is. It makes for good racing, but you're constantly thinking, oh god, I can't do another thing because otherwise I'll get disqualified. Or, oh god, my safety ratings. I mean, I think I'm on the upper end of slow drivers. I know I'm not a particularly quick driver, but I can kind of hold it with the slower fast guys. It's just a case of I'm so nervous about getting off tracks and hitting somebody that I can't really release myself properly in iRacing. That's why I'm in Project Cars, which, yes, it has much more forgiving physics, but I can completely let loose. And doing the odd drift. The power slide, I suppose, technically. Now, Bravery Corner I will have to slow down for, because this thing just has no grip. No front end grip at all. bit of a shame. I'd love to see a crossbow going around that full speed with the not a crossbow, an atom. None of them just seem to have the bite. Also, the gearing in this thing is really bizarre. Because every other car has to take that in second gear, whereas I'm in third for this. I don't play Project Cars multiplayer. If I found a bunch of guys who actually I could trust, who played Project Cars, I would play with them and only them and have like 1 hour endurance races and stuff. That'd be cool. Or even Pedro, if you play on PC, we could have a 1v1 sometime once I've got Project Hell done. That'd be pretty fun. Because I just don't trust most of the people out there. It's why I don't generally play multiplayer. Like, if I do, I want to be racing somebody, racing or playing with somebody who I know I can give them 100% and be aggressive without them just deciding, oh well, that was too aggressive and ramming me off the track. Because sometimes I do dive bomb, and while it's frowned upon, sometimes it's the best way to get a bit of shock value. So, do you feel the remaining spots with the... yeah. Even the AI is dumb in this. Because on more than one occasion I've been driving around full speed and then an AI has just rammed me up the arse. Multiplayer farm sim can be awful. That's why I never played. I might in the future. I've got some plans. But again, it'll be with people that I know will not screw about and do stupid stuff. But the first time I played multiplayer on Farm Sim, and I've owned it since Farm Sim 2013. First time I did multiplayer was with Dr. Vesuvius and a Shadowbox for the collab. That was genuinely my first time in Farm Sim multiplayer. Technically my second, because I managed to crash the game trying to log in the first time. Makes the racing more fun when you're racing just one-on-one. I think one-on-one is so good because it's just, you know, it's just you have to be on your A game because there's nobody out there that's just gonna slow the other person down. There we go. 80432. 804328. Lovely. That is I'm relatively happy with that lap. There were a few mistakes, but I couldn't have gone much faster than that. Played multiplayer farm sim with a few friends and that was fun. You trust... Yeah, there's a lot of trust involved in multiplayer. This thing is insane. I might see if I can get slicks onto this thing. And just try and get a bit of a more contact area going. I'm not 100% sure if I can. Euro or... Oh my god, it's on the same tires as the other Atom. Okay, this is gonna be hell on wheels. Ariel. 500 V8. And it was one attempt on the 300 supercharged. This thing, I can't remember if it's manual or sequential. Sequential. This is only scary because it's got no grip. If this had grip, I'd be quite happy driving this around all day. I've got bobbles on. I'm getting some stuff off my paddle shifter because some bobbles on it. It's really annoying me because I keep bouncing off my hand. Like, this car isn't actually stupid fast. It's just, it seems it because it's so low to the ground. And there's no grip. This thing is actually fine in terms of speed and controllability. It's just grip levels are a bit lower than they should be. But this thing is fun. This is a fun car to drive. The 300 is dull because it's just so slow. This thing, you can actually feel the speed. Downside is you have to wait forever to get onto the power. Also irritating, the gear change lights are under the steering wheel for whatever reason. Not sure if that's true in the real car, or it's just the way the Motec display is. It's supposed to be installed, but the shifter lights are under the wheel. So I'm actually having to look down at my own wheel and double check where the shifting lights are actually at. Hey Geek, how you doing? We're on to car 5 of Project Hell. I've spun out. We're on to car 5 of Project Hell. This thing has a turbo? I didn't even know this thing had a turbo. Wait a second, this thing has a turbo. With that knowledge, I can do something stupid. This thing doesn't have a turbo. This is just a V8. There's no wastegate option. I'm gonna just speed up the steering ratio slightly, because that wasn't particularly comfortable. You missed the hour I spent trying to get an LMP2 car around here, which is probably for the best. This thing doesn't have a turbo, Pedro. You lied to me. I think it's just the torque, the primary torque band. Yeah, I'm seeing it there. The primary torque band is actually high in the rev range. So it feels like there's turbo lag. But there isn't. No, I'm hearing it. Now I'm trying to tell if there is a turbo or not. Because I am hearing a whine, but that could be the diff. This one might have a turbo, but you just can't change the wastegate pressure. Because this is the V8. Once we get to the actual turbos, I will be putting the wastegate pressure as high as I can possibly get it to... No, this one isn't a cat. The last one was definitely a cat, though. Once we get to the old Formula 1 cars, I'll be just going through a bank of cars. The classic Lotuses, where I'll be having to manually shift everything. And I'm kinda not looking forward to that because my right ankle will be wrecked afterwards. Am I free to play some Farm Sim later? I have no idea. I might start something interesting up next week though, so keep your eyes open. I am tempted to start up a server. Because I did some research last night, and I might start up a server and do that kind of stuff, get that sort of stuff going. But I'm not 100% sure yet. Yeah, this thing doesn't have a turbo, it's just got a high, it's just got the torque high in the rev range. Which is a bit odd. Will there be mods if I do start one? I don't know yet, I haven't made any decisions on that yet. What I will do is I'll put the free DLC on, I won't put any paid DLC just to be fair to everybody. This thing does have a lot of grunt. This is a powerful car. I think this one does actually have a motorbike engine as well. It's a 4-cylinder. It can't be a 4-cylinder if it's a V8. This has. The previous one was actually a motorbike engine. I've just realised the 300 was a 300cc motorbike engine. This thing is. Why did I slow down that much? Also, do I have enough fuel for 2 laps? I just kind of... Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that myself, Summer, and I'll have a password and kind of only people who I trust to actually do the work will actually be allowed in. So Geek, if you're willing to actually keep to, you know, set of rules and stuff, I have no problem if I have a server letting you in and playing with you on there some days during the stream and stuff. Whoa, whoa! This thing is really tail happy at times. You hate people messing about and getting nothing. I'm not saying we'll be all serious all the time, but you know, there's a time and a place for messing in Farm Sim. And that's usually when you get 2 front loaders and you do front loader jousting. Not that I've ever done that. I wanted to do that. But front loader jousting does sound like a good bit of fun. Slow down way too early for that corner. Probably way too much. Okay. So I just decided to drift. Put all the... Oh my god, why would anybody put all the tractors in the water? That is the most infuriating thing. Unless the water is like... It looks... Oh, you know those maps where the water looks like it's real, but it's not? That's what I would do, is I'd put all the tractors into that water. You know, just because it looks like I've trolled you, but in fact I've double trolled you. I've trolled you by trolling you. That's how I do it. I think you got it memorized by now from watching you. It's actually an easy track once you learn it. That's the fun thing, is once you learn your breaking points and whatnot, it's actually an easy track. It's why I'm kind of able to start interacting with chat in most areas of the track. Except when I do something dumb like that. Okay, so the engine's dead. Sometimes when you're doing logging, that just happens by itself because farm sim physics. Whoa. I say as I spin, yes, but that was the car doing it, not the track. That was actually the car. What's the brake bias at? That's roughly what I want. I do actually want it to be more rearward than usual. This car's really weird. Some corners it's really, really oversteery, and then others you just get tons of understeer. It must have something to do with the camera, the turns themselves. It actually was, Pedro. I hit a bump weird. Also, I braked too hard for the car. I braked too hard, was turning and hit a bump weird all at the same time. Also, there was a misfire and the engine fell out and there was a squirrel and I had to spin to avoid the squirrel because otherwise I'd be cruel to animals and everybody would hate me forever. So that's all of the reasons that I spun. That was a nice dainty spin. Probably got the lap disallowed by doing this, but... There's another squirrel back there, by the way. Every time I spin, there's a squirrel that I'm trying to avoid. And everybody in chat is immediately suspicious of me spinning constantly. In all seriousness though, I think the suspension on this car is possibly a bit too soft, because it seems to only be under, it's under braking and turning, that the rear end just loses traction. Yeah, the suspension on this is a bit too soft, that's the issue. That actually kind of explains the oversteer understeer madness. When I brake hard, the rear wheels actually lift off the ground slightly. Especially the inner rear wheel for that specific corner. That's why I've been spinning. That's okay, so I need to actually adjust for that. I do actually And that's not an excuse. This is the actual reason. Is the cars becoming unloaded. How much does Project Cars cost on Steam? I don't know what it's costing today. It's usually about 30 to 40 euro. Well, that's taking the corner very cautiously. I'd expect about £35 geek over in the UK. Somewhere in that region. It's still 50 euros, so... It's still 50 euros, good lord. So yeah, it would be about £35 then, geek. Whoa. Yeah. I think I've got this under control now. I just wasn't balancing the car right going into corners. I'm still not, but I'm doing better. This lap's still good. Oh no, I changed the camera angle. It's £40. Yee. I mean, you get a lot for your money, but most of what I have is DLC. A lot of what I have is DLC, so you know I can't even remember what's in the base game now. I know some of the stuff, you do get a couple of DLCs for free. But I can't remember which ones. I think you get the modified pack for free? Or you did when I got it. Alright, geek, see you in a bit. Pedro, I would say the DLC for this game is stupid cheap. I'm gonna be honest, the DLC I think is stupid cheap. They're really good with DLC. I mean, you compare it to Farm Sim DLC, you actually get a lot more with this. You get a lot more value for money anyway. Stopping this shit 6 to save a bit of revs. I think Project Cars is really good value in DLC. As opposed to fairly priced. I think it's very good value. For what you get most of the time, I mean, it's quite large. Woo. I didn't spin that time. $728.39. And that was on like the second attempt. 728.4 exactly. 728.4. So now I'm going to the one that you think has the turbo, Pedro. Are you... So now I'm onto the Ariel at Mugen, which doesn't have a rear wing, which is worrying me. Good time. Yeah, all those spins and I still got a 730. This doesn't have a turbo either, Pedro. I think you've gone insane.
Go, go, go.
Okay, so this is H shifted apparently. Now, it could be that they both have turbos, but you can't change the wastegate pressure. Also, this seems to be a lot more easy to drive than the V8 version. It's a lot it's less of a cat than the 300. It seems already a lot less tail happy than the V8. This seems to be the middle of the road aerial atom. This is very much the well, you're progressing with the atoms, so getting to the Mugen out of the 300, and you get a bit more speed and the tiniest bit of extra grip because of the extra speed and a bit of downforce. Oh, it's got less power than the V8, yeah. But that just means it's it is the middle of the road atom. It's still fun to drive because I do like a car that you can kind of throw into a corner and not worry too much. I also like heel towing, so. I actually genuinely like manually shifting when I get it right. I changed the brake bias is fine on 55. We've got plenty of torques in this thing. It's a very torquey engine. It's just doesn't have top speed. I mean, I'm only going 127 miles an hour apparently. 128, 7, which is still fast. It's just not stupid quick. I don't have the bravery to do it. I just don't. I don't trust this car enough to take braver. The Be Brave full out. I'm gonna call that Dirt Rally Corner. It's like a 4 left, be brave. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. He's whoa. Wow. That was different. 120 plus is going to take a while to... Yeah. What on earth? I caught the gravel and it just shot the car out. Now I've got to assess whether I've got damage. I think we're good. Obviously, in reality, we'd have flat spots on all 4 tires, but I don't think P-Cars actually simulates that, so we're as good as if nothing happened in the game at all. Come on, get around here. Whoa, get around here nice and quickly. Broke a bit too early there. Drive straight gangster style. They see me rolling. 135 miles an hour. 134. Now I can't see the speedo. Oh good lord, I can't take this corner flat out. I don't do that, Pedro. I don't even drink much. Well, often. Whoa, 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 what the hell? The rear end started pogoing. You gave it up. I don't drink often. I just... It's it's just toffee wrappers all over the floor. It's mainly clothes on my floor, actually. Now I'm gonna try and make up some time because that was really just bizarre what happened. The lap is still live, which is good. I just have no idea why I spun. You know, Pedro, I think I might have hit a squirrel. Or maybe a member of IS. Sorry, Daesh. I'm gonna say I just killed a terrorist. That's why I spun. I was busy killing a terrorist who was on the track, conveniently laying down trying to blow me up, and I just ran him over. Unfortunately, in the act of running him over, I spun. That's why the back end started pogoing about. You got trapped under the wheels slightly. There we go. Ooh, there we go. Filmed again. Gone too slowly around Bravery. Sorry, Dirt Rally. So, of course, to make up time, I drift. That was a good launch out of the car set at least. You might need to try that again. Dirt Rally does look very nice, it's just incredibly difficult to drive. I really struggle with Dirt Rally. It wouldn't shift into fifth. That was irritating. This lap's so good. Yes. It won't be a good lap, but it's still good in theory. Yeah, that spin was just me trying to change gears when I shouldn't have. Then getting on the grass and ruining it all. Don't quite know what kind of lap time I'm gonna get, but it should be an okay one. If I can get the car turned, there we go. I think people have just arrived in downstairs, so my sister's home from work and my mother's home as well, so there can be noise in the background probably. Deal with it. Especially when I'm talking, because that's when the mic is on. I'm getting distracted by chat and stuff again. Wonderful, well done me. Also my hat started causing me to overheat, which is not exactly ideal. I should not have worn a hat with insulation indoors. But I'm doing something that's going to make me warm anyway. So I'm probably going to swap into a different hat after this run. The joys of family, yeah, Pedro. Good. Engine's dead. 828023. We have a new slowest car, but mainly because of my ineptitude, so I'm gonna put an asterisk beside that. That was one attempt. 828.023. Exit the session. I'm gonna swap to this scene real quick while I change hats. Which way around does the hat go? This way. This way. And let's change back into this scene. Not this scene, this scene. I got a different hat on, that's better. That should have been under 8 minutes. What's up next? Oh dear. Aston Martin LMP1. Oh, this is gonna be a stupid quick lap. I'm surprised we made it through the atoms that quickly. I mean, there was only a few attempts for all of them. I was kind of expecting crazy mayhem instead of just a few spins we had with all the aerial atoms. I'm gonna have another couple of breadsticks and a quick drink of water now in a second as well. Now I will say very quickly, this car is loud. This is a loud car. LMP1, it's actually really controllable. There's so much downforce in this damn thing that there's not many problem areas. The only issue is trying to get it stopped. Like, I'm accelerating so fast and so hard that actually accelerating is difficult. Getting the power down is difficult. And then getting it stopped to the other end of the straight is difficult. In terms of turns, once it's stopped, it's good. There's no issues. So I think I do tend to drift it around the hairpin after the hilly bumpy straighty thing. Which I believe is actually Flugplatz. Or, yeah, it is Flugplatz. Just after Flugplatz, the hairpin up there, I tend to have issues with because this thing has a tendency of drifting now. The brake bias is not what I want. Whoa. You haven't really tried the LMP series at all. Neither have I, but these cars are just... You actually need the Audi or the Toyota to perform in the LMP series. But this thing is... I think that accurately describes the Aston. There's no 7th gear either. Like I said, straights are not a problem. Getting it stopped is the problem. Ready for the rocket ship? 3, 2, 1, power! This thing has near limitless grip. I mean, you can push it too hard like I just did and get it to go off track, but once the downforce really starts kicking in, which is more or less anywhere north of 100 miles an hour, you're just in grip land. Plus I do have soft tires on it, because I don't plan on... But that's what the game has put on it by default, because it's a time trial I'm in. But these things are just super grippy. And the Formula 1 car actually goes faster around here. The Formula A is even dumber going around. I think I've got the Toyota synced up to get even higher top speeds as well, which is going to be fun. Oh, that was Dirt Rally. I could have taken that flat. I just looked away for a second, saw a braking zone. I was like, oh. Did I mention the brakes are actually quite good in this thing if I slam them? I did say earlier on, this is going to be one of the more fun cars for me. And Pedro gets why I like it. Pedro gets why I like this thing. It's also why you see so many... I don't know for sure, but I think there should be plenty of LMP1 sessions up on Project Cars, because this thing is just... Like, this thing is never made to go around here. This is a Le Mans prototype. These things never go around the ring. They're actually banned from the Nürburgring because they're so fast and they got so much grip. Oh, this thing has traction control. What a fine time to find that out. I think Pedro's gonna go away this evening and just start driving the LMPs now on project cars. Because the P2 is quick, but this is a rocket ship on wheels. Let's keep it planted. Keep it planted. What's really funny is I find these really hard to control around Le Mans. But as soon as I bring them to a track that were never designed to go around, I'm like, yeah, this actually makes perfect sense to me now. Might just be that I suck at the Le Mans circuit, which very possibly true. But when you can take this corner here at 260 kilometers an hour, you know you got a stupid car in your hands. Like, I'm at pretty much 180 miles an hour right now. And I'm taking a corner. Sideways. The Le Mans track is good fun, but I'm just terrible at it. Me man's track. Pedro, we might be talking about two different things. It wouldn't turn. I'm gonna just crawl across here and hope that I don't get a cut track. Which I didn't. Super. Well, it's actually super grip to way too much grip and it won't turn in because the rear downforce is still active. I don't actually know why it decided to wash out like it did back there. Well, that time I know why, because I was going way too fast. Have I damaged the car? It looks okay. Relatively speaking. Let's have a listen to that outside the cockpit for a second. Because even now it sounds stupid. Stupid powerful. Let's start rally. missed the carousel. Well done to me. Okay, I've broken it. Well, there's the engine bay of the Aston Martin. Nice big engine in there. Have to reset the car to the pit box. Let's go back into the cockpit. Oh well. Just means I get more time with this mobile. So we're on attempt number 2 now. Turn. I'm actually going way over the top of this outlap. Like, I know I said I'd be driving flat out, but this outlap is essentially me going max on attack. Because I know it doesn't particularly matter. Maybe I should take it a bit more carefully. How badly damaged is the car right now? Because if it's... Yeah, I'm just going to bring it back to the pits and restart and do a bit more of a sane outlap. I saw a drop of rain. Gotta be careful. Let's put on the lights as well. Let's be careful, guys. I heard there might be some rain on the way. I'm still going quite fast, actually. I think the windscreen wiper in this is comical. It looks like it actually bends, which I don't know if that's an optical illusion or not. I can't turn off the windscreen wiper. There we go. I was kidding about the rain, by the way. Got the weather set up so that it's dry constantly. I'm not going to do a second Project Hell with rain, by the way, before anybody says. Actually, I don't know if I've definitely got the weather set up so that it doesn't rain. So, I'm not going to say for sure that it won't rain. It shouldn't rain. It shouldn't rain, it should be mid-afternoon for every car. They're all going out in essentially the same weather conditions. So, we should be good. I actually love heavy braking zones in this car because that was 4G in the turn there. I've just copped that. The G meter up on top shows how heavily, like, I'm turning, and that hit 4G in a turn. It actually bounced off the side of it. Good lord. This thing has stupid grip. I don't know why this thing keeps losing grip like that. Am I still on the outlap? I'll just turn down the brake bias a bit. Oh, I am still on an outlap. Because I've been derping around so much. So let's get serious again. Stop screwing around and get this passing around the Nürburgring. And then I'll probably have to take a short break after this car because pretty much everything is sore right now. My right wrist is essentially gone. My left ankle is in pain for some reason. My back is somewhat fixed now. I'm not used to driving for this long. I really wish this thing has a 7th gear. Really wish this had a 7th gear. How can I get to split object? Ah, wonderful. My actual time. Might want to have shorter streams for the series. I'm kind of thinking that now. It's just a case of I need to stand up for a second or two. And, it's not that I need to stop for the day. It's just that I need to take a short break to, just free everything up again. This car is insane. Is this lap still live? Or is this a dead lap now? It's a dead lap. So I'm gonna just pause the game and I'm gonna return to bits for a second. And just not even swap to a different scene, I'm just gonna stretch a small bit and actually no, I will swap to this scene. Because I want to just do a bit of browsing as well while I'm taking a short break. Just so that I'm not completely stressed. I'm shouting at somebody again because she doesn't know how to talk. Oh, there's actually more than just the crossbow and the MX-5. So... Oh, nuts, I will have to buy this now, because I just realised it's got 2 BMWs. Which will be up after the Audis. Hopefully I can, like, install it, like, right away. Let's find out. I don't know if this is gonna work. Install games. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to come out of Project Cars for a few minutes and get the DLC in. Really quick. Just so that it's all there and all in. I don't need to worry about it again after today. Patch today 6.5 megs, so maybe I haven't. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking that I'm just close the game to be 100% sure. I'm gonna dip off for a second. I need the toilet, so I'll just give you guys some music and the VRV screen. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hello, I'm back, guys. Sorry it was a bit longer than I'd expected. My mum is having an argument with Aircom, and you know how it gets when when there's a bit of entertainment. You just kind of have to stand for a minute and watch. I'm just gonna check my emails real quick because there's some stuff that I need to check. And find the library page of the base game. I'm just gonna check The DLC is in fact installed. It is in fact installed. Aircom are saying now, today, they said yesterday that the line should be up and running, should have been up and running yesterday. They're saying the exact same thing today, so Aircom, or Air, get your act together. This is beyond a joke. Gotta stop to this. Air, get your act together. This is beyond a joke. You can't treat customers this way. We're paying for you to exist. We're paying for a service, we're not getting it. Get your act together. This is ridiculous. It's bordering on theft, bordering on fraud, bordering on so many things that you should never go near as a company. And you're just lying to customers, pawning customers off. Managers are refusing to talk to my mother. Managers refusing to talk to customers? What company does that? The guy she's on the phone with right now is saying, oh, there's no manager on this floor. Oh, there's no supervisor on this floor. There's no supervisor available. What the hell? Hello, whoever's just said hi in chat, because I'm not looking at it. Hey, David. I'm on a bit of a rant because my ISP slash home phone provider is not providing us with a service at the moment. We do have fiber available. We do have fiber, obviously, because I'm streaming, but we don't have a house phone. And they're pawning us off every time we try and get it fixed and try and get them to admit they've screwed up. Now, no managers will talk to us, no supervisor will talk to us, nobody's talking to us, nobody's giving us information that we don't already have. Like yesterday, my mother, because she's the one who handles all the phone calls, gone terrible on the phone, she rang them up and she said, oh, we got no phone. All she was told was, yeah, you got no phone. So she's rang back today because she was supposed to get rang by them today. Said, hey, we still got no phone. And the answer she got back was, yep, you still got no phone. Can I talk to a supervisor? Nope. How about a manager? Nope. This is not customer service. You just joined, what happened? Nothing bad, I'm just getting... my ISP is not particularly trustworthy in the slightest. They're liars and scumbags, essentially. In my opinion. They're providing us with... So, we're on a contract for home phone and fibre broadband. Now, we have fibre broadband, which is amazing. But we don't have home phone, and that's kind of necessary because I have some very, very sick family members, and we need a home phone. We need a home phone line because that's the number they have for us. So if anything happens, we don't know about it, and we have to find out, hours later, when it could be too late to do anything about it. And that's kind of why my mother's so angry, because there were a few situations already where we should have got phone calls but didn't because we had no phone line available. And she's wasting her mobile phone credit ringing... I don't know if she's actually... She probably is wasting her phone credit ringing them when they should have fixed it in the first place. Anyway, in terms of Project Hell, I think that was attempt number 3. In terms of Project Hell, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars done. We're on to the 7th. What we're doing is we're driving every car in Project Cars around the Nürburgring and trying to get a timed lap up. And somebody sent me something on Facebook. Somebody's advertising their Twitch stream in a Facebook chat I'm part of, which is lovely. I'm not going to swap on to it, but a friend of mine is apparently streaming on Twitch at the moment. I don't mind them shamelessly advertising. I don't do it myself. But so back to what we're doing. We're driving every car in Project Cars, including the DLC cars. The reason this break is happening is because I had to get the DLC, the new DLC with the BMWs and the MX-5. And what we are doing We're driving every car, all of them, all DLC, all stock cars, all variants, around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Now, unfortunately, you've missed so far the 2 go-karts, which we did in fact drive, and that went surprisingly smoothly, I must admit. The worst car so far was the Alpine A450 LMP2 car, because I was just out of the go-karts, and oh my god, my G27 is really after heating up. I was just after coming out of the go-karts, and not really eyed into an LMP2 car. The aerial atoms were okay. The V8, I could have got a much better lap than I did. The Mugen as well, same issue. I spun a few times. The 300 supercharged, I did about as well as I possibly could have. And we're on to the Aston Martin LMP1 now, which is completely insane. If you haven't ever tried to drive that around the Nürburgring, you don't know what you're missing out on. Or if you've never driven an LMP1 car in Project Cars. Now, next one up, I'm not looking forward to at all. This thing. This is going to be a train wreck. This is just going to be get as a lap done. The GT4 cars I haven't really driven as much, so that's going to be fun. That's an understatement. Thanks, I think. So, now that the, here we go. Now that the DLC is installed, you can see we've got the 1 Series M Coupe Stanceworks Edition, which is just a variant of the 1 Series M Coupe that's been tuned up slightly and has a rather nice body kit on it. And the BMW 2002 Stanceworks Edition, which is pretty much the same as the BMW 2002 Turbo, but with a nice body kit. We also have, if I come down here, I mentioned, where is it? This earlier on, we've got the Ford Falcon FG V8 supercar. And we now have KTM Crossbow R, or Expo, depending on what you want to do, what you want to call it. This is a racing tuned version of the Crossbow, I believe. And an MX-5 drift car. I have no idea how that's going to handle around the Nürburgring. This is tuned to drift, I think. McLaren's should be okay. I'm just not looking forward to that Mazda. Or the roof brigade down here. This is going to be fun. The Renaults are going to be... when we get onto the roofs down here, we're near the end, but it's still going to be painful. And this thing, the 2 rocket bunnies are going to be fun. So let's get back up to the... I forgot to turn off the music again. There we go. Let's get back up to the Aston Martin DBR1-2 and get going again, because I'm all rested and recuperated and ready to go. By the way, there is a small chance that I might stop streaming randomly. If that's the case, it means my mother's just cancelled our subscription to Fibre, and I will be very, very angry with her. There is a small chance of that happening, so I might have to return to... I might disappear for a few days, then return with videos, and that's because we've swapped to a lower internet again, because my parents don't listen to me, and while the company is bad, it's the product that I'm interested in, not the customer service, and we shouldn't have to contact customer service as much as we have been. And needless to say, I will be finding a way to complain. Probably. You just found me on Skype. Not stalking. You're not stalking, but you managed to find me on Skype. I prefer you didn't. I will set up. If actually, Geek. I do have a Discord server. If you I'm gonna get the link for you right now. How do I get the link again? Can I do this? How do I get the link? Oh yes, this. I swear I told this to be expire after never. Yes, generate. If you add this Discord server, if you go onto that Discord server, I will be on here after the stream and chilling out. And whenever I'm streaming on Twitch, that's where I'll be as well. And I'm just gonna actually ensure Discord is muted so that nothing unexpected can happen during this stream. Just so that I'm 100% sure. Yeah. I should really be chilling out on Discord a bit more, but I end up playing Minecraft and just being like, Minecraft, all of the things. I might stream some tonight, I don't know. Let's get back into Project Cars. And get back into this. There we go. You just joined. I'll be chilling out there after the stream. And probably after I've had a bite to eat as well. And whenever I stream on Twitch, I'll have Discord running as well, so people can chill out and not have to chat in Twitch chat. This is a really nice car. It's got stupid grip. And stupid speed. Just check the speed out, good lord. So, we should only need one attempt now that I've... Now that I've taken a bit of break, and I'm kind of recuperated. We should only need one attempt at this. And then we'll be into another hellish car. Yes, it's a voice chat thing, Geek. It's like TeamSpeak, only free. Apparently it's less intensive than TeamSpeak as well, so that's actually a positive. Hey John, how you doing? I don't know, you might be able to rewind to the start of the stream if you want to have a look at me trying to drive go-karts around here. Actually driving go-karts around here. We're up to car 7 now. After, what, 4 hours? Better part thereof. And this is the second really silly fast car. The first truly silly fast car. Just the downforce levels in this are amazing, and they perfectly complement the speed of it. So that even on the dirt rally turn coming up here, because you have to be brave, you can take it flat out. The LMP1s in this game just have silly grip. The Toyota has an issue with shifting down to second, where it tends to spin out, but other than that, you're kind of... Once you don't try and take a corner too fast, you're going through it. Let's get the Motec the way that I want it. There we go. So this Motec display here on the steering wheel, what it's going to show me is the actual lap time as... It's going to show me the lap timing as I'm going around. So you guys get to see how long the lap's been going on. Once that I get to the start-finish line. It's not due to engine revs, John. It's just some weird torque. I think it's just something to do with the torque map of the engine, or the torque modeling. It just really doesn't like getting into second, no matter what rev range you're in. Whew. At least this straight is seemingly shorter with 180 miles an hour of speed behind you, or the better part thereof, and the better part of 1,000 horsepower behind you as well, most likely. So I think the issue is that I tend to be turning when I'm braking into second most of the time, and it just unsettles the car a bit. going well so far. I say that now, and I'm going to crash in a second, probably. But I'm quite happy with our current speed and time and location. And 3 minutes in and we're already up to here. That's actually silly fast. Around at rally. Into the carousel, which is the only carousel, there are no others. I'm not using an FS15 wheel, good lord, I wouldn't use a toy for something like this. I'm using a G27. Lap time invalidated. Uh-oh. That didn't go well. Very hard to turn when the car isn't actually on the ground. Car's more or less okay though. There's a bit of air damage, I can see it over on the left hand side there. We should be good though. How are we for fuel? We're good for fuel. I could have checked through this, shouldn't I? Yeah, we're good for fuel. It's a shame because this would have been a stupid fast lap. I just reiterate, the lap I set has to be valid. So that last lap didn't count because I crashed at one point. I crashed hard enough for the game to realise that I crashed. It's fine if I brush the wall or get off onto the grass at some points of the circuit. But once the game invalidates the lap, that's the lap gone, it's done. I might need to get new tyres in a second as well. So this might be... How much fuel did I actually use in the last lap? 10 litres. Okay. That's fine. I was distracted by fuel there, that's why I went off. Didn't need to brake there, didn't need to brake there. Is this lap even still alive? Yes, it is. Only just. If we do another lap, I'm gonna have to change tires. I think. Go back going for dinner. Alright, see you later, geek. I'll be going for dinner after the stream. Probably. That's why the stream ends at about 7 every day, is that's normally dinner time. Oh, okay. Dirt rally. Easy. Oh! Should not have left go of the wheel just there. Whew. I forgot that it's not farm sim style or centering springs. It is legit force feedback. It forces it to the center. Didn't need to brake there. That was stupid. That was stupid. That was stupid. That was stupid. It's lunchtime in Deep South. It's probably about 6 o'clock here. I've been live for 4 hours already. Yes, I did just essentially juice a hazard that turn. There we go. I'm only guessing at the time. I'm basing it on my live time because I know I went live at 2 o'clock. That's 5 to 6. Oh yeah, because I went live actually a bit beforehand just to double check everything was good. And to have a little musical intro. Because why not? $6:21.102. That is our new fastest lap so far. Our fastest lap previously was a 6:44, so we've beaten the supercart by 23 23.5 seconds. Which is quite a gap even on the Nürburgring. Oh god, this. This thing. First and second gear are nothing but wheel spin. Third and fourth are nothing but nothing. They're just bad. Have some more breadsticks. I'm a bit peckish. So all the talk of food is making me want more breadsticks. And then the breadsticks make me a bit dry mouthy. So I have to have water. So it's a weird, horrible, vicious cycle. If I start off in second gear, I still get tons of wheel spin. This car just... you need throttle control. And you need to be very precise throttle control. It's the same with all the classic cars in this game. You need to be very, very careful with the throttle. Especially on downshifts, if memory serves. I haven't practiced this car much, so... So as you can see, we're on vintage race tires. Oh yeah, this thing. This thing. I remember it properly now. This thing you need to actually power slide. I've gone offline? I shouldn't be offline. Summer, I think your stream's just dropped. That happens on YouTube streaming a bit. I'm still showing us online 0 drop frames. I think the problem's on Summer's end. Oh, setting off on second gear does work. This thing just has no grip. Yeah, that happens, Summer. YouTube gaming is notorious for just dropping streams at times. Whoa! Okay, that was a thing. I'm gonna return to the pit and actually change the... Do I have enough fuel in this thing even? 4.6 laps, I do. Let me just lower the steering ratio so it's a bit more comfortable.
Go, go, go!
That's better. No, Summer, this thing just has really bad grip. Also, the only mirror on it, I believe, is in the middle. I could harden the suspension, I suppose, but this thing is from the like 50s. It's actually the tires that are the limitation. Nope, can't put stick tires on. This is essentially the only setup this car has is vintage race tires. It's spongy as all hell and has no grip. That's why I said it'd be a fun one. It's like trying to drive a boat. This thing is just a boat. Does not like turning, does not like going straight, does not like bumps, does not like flat areas. It's just... It's not even... There are no oval tracks in the game. There are currently no... There's one oval track in Project Cars at present. But you can't race it. It's a test track. This is an old Le Mans GT car. So it's actually... I'm guessing the setup was for... well, I know the setup was for the main straight, which I can't remember the name of right now. Mulsanne. This thing was made to go very, very quickly in a straight line, and they sacrificed turning ability for it. Because the Mulsanne back in the days this thing raced was about 4 miles long. And half of the circuit was just the one straight. So this thing is really good in a straight line. Just doesn't like doing anything but going in a straight line. Come on, kick out, kick out, kick out. There we go, there we go. We got a bit of a power slide going. That worked really nicely. Kick it out. Not that much. I think this thing only has 4 gears as well. I would try drifting down, but I am just terrible at it. Also, Project Cars physics doesn't really allow for particularly good drifts. It's counter steering if it's a power slide. It's drifting if you're actually kicking the back out. There's a big difference. Because with drifting, you're spinning the car before putting the. With drifting, you're spinning the car before even touching the throttle. With power sliding, you're forcing it to spin with the throttle. I change the brake bias? Of course I can't. Why would I want to change the brake bias in a race car? Come on. Woo. Hopefully that didn't damage the car too much. Hey again, geek. This is the car from hell, essentially. Looks really pretty, sounds really pretty, handles like a boat. I want to spin it this way. There we go. Now I can hop back into the cockpit. Ooh. For some reason the stream won't load in. I wonder, is YouTube having an issue? I wonder, is YouTube having an issue? Right now. Whoa! That was a big accident. Couldn't get the RPM in. You've had no interruptions at all. I don't know what's up with YouTube today. Yeah. I used to, but that was just because my internet was crap. And there's a big difference there. This thing doesn't even go fast. This is just an all-around bad car. The problem doesn't seem to be on my end. I'm getting no drop frames and everything looks good from OBS. You're to 360 for smooth streams since I'm alarmed. It should work in theory at 720, hopefully 60. For everybody. It's the squirrels, it's always the squirrels, whoa! This is gonna be like a 10-minute lap. This is one of those cars where I just can't be aggressive. Unfortunately. So this is the first car where I'm actually having to drive slowly. Just because I cannot handle this thing. Is there a smaller track? John, that's the point isn't to get all the cars around any given track, it's to get them all around this one. So there will be some 10-minute laps, most likely. That's just the way things go, I guess. And some of the cars I will be driving for the first time here as well, which definitely is not advantageous. This is probably the quietest lap I've done so far, because will I be racing NPCs at some point? Not while I'm doing this, but I will once I've got all the cars around the ring. So once I've got the Project Hill done, and I will be returning once whenever new DLC releases, I will be driving all of those cars around here as well. So it's not just a one-off. You know, this isn't just a one-off. Oh, we're gonna go around the Nürburgring and everything that's currently in the game. No, no, no. This is gonna be an ongoing thing. Every time a new car releases, every time a new DLC releases, I'll be getting it. I'll be bringing it here. Be testing out the DLCs, seeing how they perform against each other. And seeing how they perform against the ring. I will be racing NPCs though, or AIs. The graphics are really nice. It is a very nice looking game. I don't know if I got it maxed out, to be honest, but I don't think I can get it more maxed than it currently is. I'm hoping to get some multiplayer going with some of you guys, but I don't know exactly how that's going to work out. I'm not willing to switch into 4th gear because of this. I'm probably quite low in the rev range now for 3rd, but I'm going to have to stick. With 3rd. Because this car just doesn't grip if I swap down. Come on, get around the corner, get around the corner, get around the corner, come on. This isn't even the best looking track, John. There's a... I'll actually be going around later. Once this is done, the first thing I'll do is I'll actually throw some AI together. And I'll do a challenge. And it's a challenge to get an achievement in the game. And there's a rather beautiful track based in the south of France that you have to obey road traffic laws for in a race. So there'll be a race where I'll just be cruising along under the speed limit. In like a Pagani Zonda or something. I think it does specify that it has to be an Italian supercar. So I'll be going around in Pagani Zonda. Or something like that. Just admiring all the scenery. And occasionally doing burnouts, because why not? It says you have to obey the speed limit. It doesn't say you can't do burnouts. I'm almost wondering if the tire pressures are too high, and that's a part of the issue. Because 2 bar does seem quite extreme. And again, I don't know how these vintage tires actually work, so I could be completely wrong. I'm going so slowly that I'm actually able to check chat in the corners. This was a really fast car in the 1950s. I actually guarantee you this was a really fast car in the 50s. Unfortunately, time does not do speed well. Especially with cars. The top speeds don't age well. I mean, there was a time when the top speed of a car was 4 miles an hour. And the Benz patent auto wagon, the very first car, had a top speed of 1 mile an hour, which was really fast for a car of the day because they weren't a thing. Actually, internal combustion car. There were steam-powered cars before, and I believe the electric car actually came before the internal combustion engine. Just while I was distracted there. We're almost done. Assuming this lap counts. Which I hope it does. That is by far the worst lap we've done so far. A 9:03.58 dead. 5-8. 9 minutes. So that was on the first attempt at least. So there is some benefit to that madness. Now we're on to the Aston Martin Repeat S Hydrogen Hybrid. It's a GT4 spec car, so it won't have a high top speed, but it'll be fairly nippy out of the corners. And it's going to have nice sticky race tyres on it as well. So go AM Rapide. Let's get loaded into the game and have another mini breadstick without knocking my tablet off the desk. Looked a lot like the 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO. I'm gonna check real quick. I'm gonna open up my Steam browser here and swap into. Thanks. Okay. Okay, deal with that. Aston Martin EBR 1300. I want to check what year this thing was actually raced. So the 1300 was actually raced in 19. Okay, so it's the DBR 1//3. It is the Oh, good lord. The 1300, the car I just drove, won the 1,000 kilometers of the Nürburgring in 1958. The car I just drove around the Nürburgring in 9 minutes was the fastest car around the Nürburgring for 1,000 kilometers in 1958. And you can't see that because I've got the wrong thing set up. Well done to me. Now I can't do a thing. There we go. I can't see chat at the moment, which is annoying. DBR13, which is what I just drove. 1958, 1,000 kilometer Nürburgring. In the list of victories. Okay. So that's a thing. And I'm just going to tab out real quick and swap to that again. And back into project. I forgot to open up chat. Can't see chat. There we go. And now back into project cars. I don't know how to turn on the hydrogen boost. Okay, this thing's got a nice bit of power. You're gonna go grab your lunch? Enjoy summer. This thing has a nice bit of power actually, this Rapide. It's slightly off-putting being on what does appear to be the wrong side of the car now. We do seem to have a good bit of power behind us in this thing. Oh good lord, there's a 6th gear. This is like the 3rd time I've ever driven this thing. This is the Aston Martin Rapide S Hydrogen Hybrid. GT4 spec, which apparently has quite a bit of punch, but is a bit. Good lord! Can I put? I'm actually going to return to the pit box before I do anything. Can I put soft tires on this thing? Yes, good. Just doesn't have enough grip. So now we're on soft tires, which are cold because there's no tire heaters in GT4, which is very lightweight as well. Yes. So I got 2 problems right now. 1, the brakes are cold, and 2, the tires are cold. It does seem to get airborne a bit, but I don't know if that's... It doesn't feel like it's getting airborne, it just kind of looks like it. It's unsettled by the bumps, alright, but that's about it. Like, I just need to be careful in the just coming up here, that I do slow down. Because it does get airborne there, which is problematic. I was just seeing if I could make it a sequential, but I can't. That's annoying. This thing is very skittish. Even with soft tires, I'm kind of struggling for grip, which is interesting. I'm almost wondering if I've done something funky with the setup of this and not realised it. Tires are so cool. That might explain a bit of the grip issues I'm having. I think the tires are actually graining as opposed to wearing, which is a bit worrying. Don't trust the Aston. Much better turning than the last one. Yeah, this is a modern car, so I would expect it to turn a lot better than something from the 60s. Even the 50s. I don't know, John. I would guess it's mid-engined. Wait, no, it's an Aston. No, it's front-engined. It's front-engined, but there is ballast in the back, I believe. unless I'm getting this horribly wrong, and Aston do make... Aston's our front engine, yeah, I thought so. Especially the GT4s, because they actually tend to do some endurance races. I think GT4s run at the Nürburgring for VLN. Or around here for the VLN, I suppose. Half of these saves I'm not even thinking about. It's kind of worrying. Or reassuring, I guess. It's just, I'm driving and something happens and then hands... Not a bad top speed in this thing, 165 miles an hour. 170 nearly. I'm gonna have to brake here. That's why we needed to brake there. We actually didn't brake hard enough, fast enough. And I think we've gone and broken the steering slightly. Yep. To get in a straight line I have to steer left. This is going to be a fun lap. I've got a horrible feeling I've got a Le Mans set up on this thing. Which might explain why it's so good in a straight line, but not very good anywhere else. Why do I have so much... That might explain part of the problems. I have so much fuel, Pedro, because I don't change the settings. In general, I should have taken fuel out. The issue is I don't know how much fuel these things take around the lap. So, whatever's set as fuel for the car, it stays in the car. So it's not me being, you know, overly cautious with the fuel, it's just me not not changing it. Vanquish is mid-engine. The road carries, yes, but I think the actual racing models are front-engine. Okay. That was worrying. I shifted in the wrong direction and got like 15,000 RPM. Is this lap still good? Yes. I think the Aston Martin DB11 road version is most Aston Martin road cars are mid-engine, but the GT cars tend to be front-engine just because it's easier to work on a front-engine car than a mid-engine car. That's my understanding anyway. That's the carousel. Alright, so this is going to be a first attempt lap by the looks of things, which is always good. I know I've been quiet, but just the way things go from time to time. Oh, nuts. I dropped the car under braking. $754.7. 708. Awesome. Yeah, that was a timed lap. That was... I dropped it under braking and at the very, very end of the bus stop. Um, that sucked so much. I missed the breaking point, realised that I'd missed the breaking point, and then I was backwards and just hoping upon hope that I didn't hit the wall too hard. V12 Vantage GT3. Let's have a look. Weight balance 50-50, so it is mid-engined. Oh, it is, look, there's nothing in there. It's all radiators in the front. Front mid-mounted, yeah. That looks like it might well be mid-engined. I think we're going to finish up with the V12 Vantage GT3 today. Just because it's beautiful. It is genuinely. I've seen a V12 Vantage in real life, and oh my god, they're the most beautiful cars. Yes, the weight balance is 50-50, so it's all good. 3.29 seconds, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour, 0 to 60 times just under 3.3 seconds. 520 horsepower, 304 kilometers an hour top speed. 1.2 tons. Are you serious? 1.2 metric tons with 520 horsepower. That's like more or less 400 horsepower per ton. I'm just gonna take down the name very quickly while you just watch the Aston Martin. I'm gonna £3,000. Is that what 1,280 kilos is in pounds? Because I don't know. I use real. I don't use freedom units. I use proper units that make sense. Base 10 is superior. 1,280 kilos, which is 1.2, just under 1.3 metric tons. Because there is such a thing as a metric ton. A ton is not 200 pounds. I was gonna say, I do. Because I weigh about 200 pounds. I do not weigh a ton. Is that a freedom ton or a real ton? Because if it's a freedom ton, it's like telling me bananas are pink. You know, it's worth 200 bananas. Well, what's a banana worth? Short ton. So you mean a freedom silly matey uppy stuff ton. I want to go around in a specifically painted V12 Vanquish GT3. Let's have a look at these paint jobs. Let's pick. Is there like a proper British Racing green one? How is there not a proper British Racing green V12 Vanquish? Or Vantage. Come on. There isn't a proper British Racing green one. I suppose the Fraudex one is the closest I'll get to British Racing green. Just now changed because I went to a different car. Oh, this King's one is... That's... Oh, god dang it. That's quite close as well. Yeah, the Volmer is probably the closest I'll get to proper British racing green. It's now changed again because nuts to it. We'll drive in whatever livery it decides for us. Just notice I've put down Vanquish instead of Vantage. GT. I haven't driven the GT3 car in a while. What livery is it giving us? Black. Nothing beats the sound of a V12. Absolutely nothing. That's why I'm so quiet. I just... I nicked the curb with the rear wheel, that's why I spun there. Just if anybody's wondering. Did something... I tried to cut the corner too much and doesn't like curbs. It wasn't a snap, I hit the curb. I've done that a few times now in different cars. I think. John, this is actually a really light car. It's really nice and nimble. There's no real feeling of weight out of this at all. The steering's nice and light. And I can just kind of throw it into some of the corners as well. I think I've got Summer fascinated with squirrels now. There we go. Get a good throw in. Do I feel confident? Do I feel confident? Do I feel confident? Do I feel confident? Yes! No! have broken it. I want to see the accident again. Actually, I haven't used this yet, but I can do instant replays of certain accidents if I really want to, and that looked like a funny one. I can go back up to 2 minutes, so there is a bit of a weird lag thing going on with the replays, unfortunately, but that's something that can't be helped. John, it is actually lighter than the last one because GT4 mandates heavier cars. GT4 actually mandates the cars to be a lot heavier than GT3, so this is actually very light compared to the last one. And that screaming V12 is amazing. Let's go back to the start actually and see if was the first accident actually captured by this. Yes, it was. I think. Speed through this real quick. If I need to rewind, I can. No, it wasn't. Let's have to return to the pit box and get going again. That was a big crash, though. So if you're wondering what the graph in the top left is, that's actually my force feedback graph. So whenever that goes really weird like that, means it's giving me a lot of force feedback. So let's just get it neutralized. That's going in a straight line and level. That's turning left with bumps. That's turning right. So every bump now you can pretty much see what direction it's pushing the car. Dang it. Okay, steering's broken again. You gotta go, John. You know, I think I'm gonna go as well myself. I'm just getting tired and starting to overheat. So, I'll be back possibly later tonight. I don't know. I say this every day. I might be back tonight on Twitch. If I go on Twitch, you'll get... I've got an announcement video already made. It'll just be put live. And... there'll be a link to the Twitch in the video, and I'll be doing something chilling out over there with some music that I can't play on YouTube for copyright reasons. Tomorrow is Saturday. I don't know which day. I might well be away one day this weekend. I don't know which one. So there's probably only gonna be one weekend stream, but they're both gonna be Donetsk. If they're both planned to be Donetsk. I might switch it up and play some Minecraft or something, just because. I'm gonna be honest. 3 to 4 hours of Donetsk sounds painful. I love the map, but I don't love how insane the time commitments are. Also, I need to leave my G27 cooldown, so I do need to end the stream here. That is really actually overheating. Hey, there's nothing wrong. Pedro, I play FTB, so it's just like I'm wandering around managing a bunch of stuff. It's like Farm Sim essentially. I know that you might not like Minecraft, but it's a thing. I need to actually shut down Project Cars completely right now because it's still feeding stuff. It's still giving feedback to my wheel, and I don't want that happening because my wheel is actually quite warm, and I want to cool it down. There we go. Is NASCAR starting soon? The 18th. Oh, not a fan of Minecraft. Okay, so I probably won't play Minecraft. I've got a few games in my Steam library that I could play. Could do some Binding of Isaac or something. But I might actually need to take a break from Donetsk at some point during the stream tomorrow and just throw on a different game. Just because Giant City was fun and all, but my god, it drives you insane very quickly. So I'm gonna leave it here for today. I'm gonna bring up this, and I'm gonna have to. Actually, no, I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna add a new text. And doing this live, so deal with it. Should have done this earlier on, but I didn't think about it. Outline, I want the color to be like the brightest of bright greens. That I want it to be like super big and use like that, and that needs to be 63, and I want it to scroll at like 1,000. Let's edit the scene and get this I think that might be a bit fast. Could always start Elder Scrolls Online. Whoops. I don't want 7 Days to Die. That is going way too fast. That's actually getting annoying. Let's just set it to 100. That's better. Couldn't get into 7 Days. Don't own 7 Days to Die. I've got Besieged and stuff like that. I've got plenty of games that I could play. It's just a case of getting them on the computer. I just need something that is different from Giant Editor, so I don't know quite yet. So I'm gonna get the music going, and we'll finish up in a few minutes. I don't own Fallout 4, John. I'm not particularly interested in RPGs, is the thing. MMOs kind of have a weird spot for me, where I'm somewhat interested, but it's not a major thing. But RPGs just never ever grab me, especially not Fallout and like Bethesda games in general, because the bugs break the immersion so much. but that's not worth it for me. I might do a bit of investigation on something as well. Might have a look at something that could be a bit of fun. It could be cool. So I'm gonna leave the stream here for today. Thank you all very much for watching. Until tomorrow, when hopefully I'll still have fiber and be able to stream again. Stay safe and goodbye.